All right, good morning, everyone, from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. You're watching A Squad about halfway through their practice for this PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Classic, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Phil Bryla. Take you through the weekend. We've got every pair in play covered here on PBA YouTube. Glad to be bringing you this event all weekend long. C Squad takes to the lanes at 7 p.m. tonight. B Squad will take to the lanes after A Squad at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Thanks to those of you waking up bright and early to watch some of the best players on the PBA50 Tour and a lot of quality regional players from the Central and Midwest regions take to the lanes in this event. We just got done with the PBA50 Tour stop in Westland, Michigan. Brett Angelo, who's here on A Squad, took down the championship in that event on Thursday night. Morning, Seabo. As you see Carlton Chambers walking back to the lanes. We'll give you a full field rundown here on A Squad once practice is completed. If you have any questions about this event, drop them in the chat. We'll get to them as quick as we possibly can. And we want to thank everyone that made this happen with the live streaming this weekend. Bill and Yogi Wames here at Almar Lanes, along with our friends at H5G Brands and the PBA LBC National Championships. The 2025 edition may be in the books. There'll be an announcement about the PBA LBC National Championships clash for our 8 division winners. The who, what, when, where it's taking place, that'll come out shortly. And get yourself all lined up for the 2026 edition when that's announced in a short period of time. About 6 minutes of practice remaining. We'll give you that full field rundown once practice is completed. Thanks, everybody, for joining us bright and early here in Bowling Green.
About 5 minutes left. Players, about 5 minutes left to warm up.
And from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, this is the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2. Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance. Good morning, everyone. I'm $2 Phil Brylo. We're just finishing up practice here in Bowling Green, Ohio. A squad taking to the lanes. We'll have B squad underway at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. And C squad will hit the lanes at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. Thanks, everyone, for joining us here on PBA's YouTube channel.
Place them on silent mode as well. No flash photography, no flash video, live streaming, or the Sunday Wilderness during competition. The bowlers really appreciate it. I'll be doing updates after each and every game, so you can follow along to see who's in contention to make the top 29, advancing to tomorrow's semifinal action beginning at 10 a.m. Thanks again for Phil Brylo for all of his hard work bringing this event through the PBA YouTube platform, so all people all around the world can go ahead and watch. Bowlers, when your arrows come up and you both will rack the pins, you begin your 8 games of qualifying at the 2025 PBA Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by EU Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
And with the announcements from PBA Central Region Manager Bobby Jekyll, we are underway here in Bowling Green. Your players on lanes 1 and 2. Glenn Smith will be your A on lane 1. Brian Schmidt will be your B. Your double A is David Molnar, and your double B, Mike Webb. Over on 3 and 4, John Shreve Jr. is your bowler A. Jim Beaverson, your bowler B. Your double A, Philip Peelish. And your double B, PBA Hall of Famer, Chris Barnes. These bowlers hitting the lanes on the 40-foot Ombletto Monticelli pattern. And for some players that might be thinking, oh, I get a little bit of an advantage here on A squad, there might be some house shot memory, even though they multiple strip the lanes before that happens. Not going to happen here in Bowling Green because the only lane pattern that's been out for 2 weeks, including for all their summer leagues, has been this Ombletto Monticelli pattern. So if there was any house shot memory, that disappeared a long time ago. And once again, all pairs in play, all 16 lanes available to you on the PBA YouTube channel with ambient audio. If you open up the description of the video that you're watching, you'll see the links to the pair feeds. Right-click and open those pair feeds to follow your favorite player, because we'll take you on here in the main feed. We'll get you highlights. We'll follow hot hands, like if somebody's pursuing perfection in a game. And you can always keep the audio portion of our programming on while you watch your favorite player on the pairs that they are rolling the rock on. See, there's already a SIBO fan in the chat. Good to see. We'll get you over to SIBO momentarily as he's starting his tournament competition on lanes 9 and 10. We'll give you the lane movements as well, so that's another good reason why keeping us on here in the main feed, because they won't simply just move a pair to the left. They'll bounce around a bit throughout the bowling center, and we'll give you those lane movements at the conclusion of each game of competition. Talked to Glenn Smith last night a little bit. He goes, one good thing I have going for me this morning, I get to start on 1 and 2. I get to get that pair out of the way right away. Lane 1, known for being a little bit more on the hooking side compared to the rest of the house. so you're going to see these players attack this 40-foot Monticelli pattern in a lot of ways. We were watching the Baker Shootout Pro-Am last night. Chris Barnes helped his team into a cash spot last night. And I know it wasn't me talking too loud. He didn't hear me say his name. He's way down on 3 and 4. I'm behind 11 and 12. Not happy with the fit right there. Ooh, Schmidt, that needs some help to hold. Yeah, did not do it. And we saw a lot of angles of attack by players during that Baker Shootout, not just by these PBA50 pros, but by a lot of their teammates as well. And it's a fun Baker Shootout because the teams sign up as 4-player teams, and then the players that are part of the Pro-Am are put up for auction. So Chris Barnes last night, his team bid $1,000 or $250 a player to get Chris on their team. And it was a worthwhile investment. I think they got a few dollars back. First place last night paid $4,000, and Dan Higgins was part of that first place team, so he got his share of that $4,000. He got 1/5 of it, or $800. So a little different Pro-Am outlook for the PBA50 players last night. Usually it's a lot of fun, a little looser. If they don't bowl great, not the end of the world. Vested interest in their teams last night. And we streamed the wow, that's a spinner, a wobbler, and an out of range on lane 1. They'll get that reset. Yeah, one of the fun Pro-Am formats. Glad we got to stream it last night on the Almar Lanes Facebook page if you want to check it out between rounds. You can see how everybody attacked at the 40-foot Monticelli pattern over 16 Baker games. Let's get you over here to lanes 5 through 8 on 5 and 6. Mitch Beasley, your bowler A. Donald Hogue, your bowler B. Chuck Lupica, your bowler double A. Billy Froberg on 7 and 8 is your bowler A. Tom Carter, analyst extraordinaire on bowling telecasts, is your bowler B. Mark Cope, your bowler double A. And Michael Haugen Jr., your bowler double B. Haugen Jr. last night, he was the only player I saw for our PBA50 players that didn't bowl that anchor spot, that 5-10 in the Baker format. He had a hot hand with one of his teammates that was striking more than he was. And so Haugen was in the 4-9 spot for majority of the late games. At least 10 of the 16 Baker games I saw Haugen in that 4th and 9th frame spot. And Haugen got himself striking, setting up foundation frames for his teammate. And they ended up finishing just about 20 pins out of the number for first. But a nice second place cash last night in that Baker Shootout for Michael Haugen Jr. and his teammates. They split $2,400 as a team. So Michael Haugen Jr. last night taking home a good chunk of change out of that Baker Shootout. But even as players as Barnes and Haugen know that were in that Baker Shootout last night, they're not going to play the same day to day. It's a little cooler, but a little more humid in Bowling Green this morning. AC here at Almar Lanes on maximum air conditioning. Take the humidity out of the air. And let's see what Haugen Jr. can do here. He's going to play it just inside the track area, and maybe he needs to get a small bump outside the track area. We couldn't have this event without our great sponsors. And we're going to roll all of our sponsors that were platinum or gold across your screen right now. Not only are they helping bring this event to Bowling Green, but it's a great prize fund for a PBA50 regional event. First place this weekend is going to be walking out of the building with $5,000. I mean, if you look at it, Brad Angelo took down $7,500 for 3 days worth of work in Westland, Michigan a couple days back. This is only 2 days worth of work for these players, and winner's going to take home $5,000. Hey, that's $2,500 average a day. Not a bad thing. I think anybody out there watching right now, if we offered you $2,500 a day to get out here and bowl, you'd be on your first bus to Bowling Green. Thanks to all of those platinum and gold sponsors. We'll talk a little bit about our silver and bronze sponsors as well later in the day. It takes a village to put on a bowling tournament. It's a quality event, and this is definitely a quality event here in its 28th year, one of the longest running PBA 50 regional events in the country, if not the longest. And it's run for 28 consecutive years. And Haugen Jr. can't get it going early. Kind of the same thing he had in the Pro-Am last night. Couldn't get it going early, but found something as the Monticelli pattern broke down. Let's get you over to lanes 9 through 12. Once again, you can watch any of the pair feeds with the ambient audio on the PBA YouTube channel. Open up the description underneath the video that you're watching. If you need to minimize your full screen for a second, you can do that. And right-click on those available links for those pairs, and you can watch your favorite player throughout the day. Keep us on here in the main feed in that second tab so we can get you following hot hands, keep up with our leaders. And you never know, we might see a perfect game or two out here this weekend. On 9 and 10, Tom Howard is your bowler A. Michael Clark Jr. your bowler B. Carlton Chambers. Sebo is your double A. Sebo off to a nice start. Spare four-bagger. On 11 and 12, Corey Kistner, your bowler A. Jeff Beasley, your bowler B. Jeremy Simons, your bowler double A. Joe Elam is your double B this morning here on A Squad. So you see they're pacing a little different there with that 3 on a pair on 9 and 10. Usually Howard would let another player bowl on his pair before he'd shoot his spare attempt, but with the double jump rule the PBA has, and we only have 3 on your pair, everybody else is 4, you kind of give an extra deference to your left and right. And the players will take a little more time between shots. Let's get a little closer look at Carlton Chambers. There you see Sebo coming off a nice World Series of bowling. His feet always moving before gets settled down and he goes, yep, that one pushed a little long. Left himself that 10 pin. And a successful cover. These players are going to be wasting no time after this event's complete. A lot of these players will be on their way towards the PBA50 Tournament of Champions coming up in early August. But after they're done here in Bowling Green, they're going to head about 90 minutes or so to the east, as they're going to be taking on the challenge at Redmond Recreation in Lorain, Ohio, the PBA50 Ohio Lottery Baldo Campana and Dave DeEntremont Memorial Central Open. That's going to take place on Tuesday and Wednesday of this upcoming week. Unfortunately, you'll have to follow the standings at PBA.com. No live streaming coverage set for that event. And after that's complete, a lot of these PBA50 players will make their way into Charleston, West Virginia for the PBA50 C. Adam Tony Tire Pros Central South Open. That's going to take place next weekend, Saturday and Sunday in Charleston, West Virginia, before the PBA50 Tour wraps up their season August 6th through 9th at the Johnny Petraglia BVL PBA50 Tournament of Champions, presented by Pleasant Day Schools in Morgantown, West Virginia. So these PBA50 players can definitely keep themselves quite busy on their way to wrapping up their season here. Now let's get you over to our final participants. There you see your champion from last week in Westland, Michigan, Brad Angelo. Brad currently second on the points list after that win for the PBA 50 season, as he's trying to battle it out with John Janowitz and Tom Doherty for PBA 50 Player of the Year. Chris Barnes still with an outside chance, but it's going to take a couple of bad weeks by Janowitz, Angelo, and Doherty for Barnes to get past those three players. Doherty definitely looking at PBA 50 Rookie of the Year, as he's leading the tour in earnings, and he finds himself third in points. Not a bad summer for Tom Doherty. $40,000 plus in earnings. Angelo's got himself with over $30,000 in earnings on the PBA 50 Tour this year. And John Janowitz not on the roster here in Bowling Green. But a lot of players in the top 20 in points in this field, including Angelo, Doherty, Barnes, Hess, Mark Clark, and John Rakowski. Here's your players on 13 through 16. Ricky Schisler, your bowler A. Peter Knapp, your bowler B. Ray Riff III, your bowler AA on 13 and 14. And on 15 and 16, Fran Leslie is your A. Corey Raktashel, your B. David Olsko, your AA. And Brett Angelo, your double B on 15 and 16. Brett Angelo has had success here at Almar Lanes. He's won twice in 2020 and 2022. And he's off to a good start this morning. Couple 9 spares on either side of a 4-bagger. See if Angelo can bounce back off that big split. We'll also check back in Carlton Chambers. As Sebo's got a chance to put up 258 here in game 1. They're going to fire at the same time, so we'll give you the radio call on Sebo. He's starting his 10th frame. Well, actually, let's get the Sebo coming up on the left side of your screen. Gets them all to go. Back to Angelo. And Brett Angelo right back in the pocket. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Yeah, if you get questions, drop them in the chat on YouTube. I'll get to them as quick as I can. Qualish, I hope I had that right. Thanks for dropping in the chat. Kenny Seymour, hey Kenny, no PDW here this weekend. Sorry, buddy. But lots of other PBA50 Tour stars on the roster this weekend. Once again, this is the first of 3 squads of qualifying today. And with 8 games of qualifying, 8 pairs of lanes, every pro is going to hit every pair. Nobody can use the excuse, I hit the bad pair and somebody else didn't. Sebo finished with 257. Your players, just for this first game, are going to move 1 pair to the right. So the players you see here on 9 and 10, they're going to move next door on 11 and 12. Players you see on 15 and 16 with Angelo and his group, they're going to make their way down to 1 and 2. Couple two-handers in the field with Ricky Schisler and Corey Kistner. Schisler getting ready to step up on 13 and 14. We took a peek at Kistner a little earlier. Hey, Tom, thanks for tuning in from Germany. I hope you're a Peter Knopp fan. We'll stay here with Peter as he finishes his opening game. And we're going to take care of some business here inside of Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. Once again, your players are going to be moving 1 pair to the right. 15 and 16 is going to go down to 1 and 2. And we'll be back for that second game of the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive and Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
I'll take 7 more. Yeah. I'm not greedy or anything, am I?
I'm not greedy, I just want it all.
So that lane's tight. So I try and keep here and I de-accelerate. I go inside. Just keep up on the shot.
Not much you can really damage on these things, unless you really whack on them.
All right, let's get you underway with game 2. Players on 5 and 6 moved over from 3 and 4. Shreve Jr.'s your A, Beaverson your B, Peelish your double A, Hall of Famer Chris Barnes your double B. Starting on 7 and 8 momentarily, it'll be Mitch Beasley your A, Don Hogue your B, and Chuck Lupica your double A. Good bounce back by Brad Angelo. Caught the end of that in game 1 here on the main feed. After it opened in the 7th frame, struck out 8, 9, and 10. Get to 243. So once again, if you're joining us late, we use the main feed to bounce around the center, follow the hot hands. But you can follow your favorite player every game today on those pair feeds. Pair feeds don't have anything but the ambient audio. So if you want score updates, want to keep an eye on somebody that might be shooting 300, keep us on here in the main feed in your second tab. Right-click on those pair feeds, open them up in a new tab. And we'll tell you player movement after each and every game here. And we couldn't bring you these live streams of PBA regional action without our great sponsors, including our hosts here this weekend, Bill and Yogi Wames, owners of Almar Lanes, and our friends at H5G Brands. Check out the new lower pricing across the board at H5G Brands. And get ahead of the rush. Everybody waits last minute to order their fall league jerseys for their bowling teams. Get your friends together. Get your designs made now. Beat the rush and get those jerseys ready for your bowling season week 1. Be bold, be creative, be original with H5G Brands. Check them out, h5gbrands.com. And the PBA LBC National Championships, even though they've wrapped up for 2025, they're going to have that PBA LBC National Championships Clash coming to you shortly, as the 8th division winners will be battling it out for some big money, including Chris Barnes, winner of the Senior Classic Division. And details on the 2026 edition of the LBC National Championships will be out shortly. Check out everything you need to know about that event, pba.com/LBC tournament. Chris Barnes held on to that Senior Classic Division win. Put that score up right after winning the PBA50 South Shore Classic in nearby Hammond, Indiana. LBC National Championships this year were at Bolero Mount Prospect on the northwest side of Chicago. You see Barnes taking one of his 2 approved re-racks for each game of competition. And let's see how he can attack this 40-foot Omeletto Monticelli pattern. The hand pitch to the right, and he gets the 10 to get slapped out. And an early double for Barnes. See a quick peek across the expanse of Almar Lanes. All 16 lanes are in play all weekend long. Shreve with the early turkey. Let's get down to 1 through 4. Brett Angelo coming off of that 243 game, only game I saw higher. It was by Carlton Chambers. We'll check in on Chambers momentarily as well. As Chambers come out of the gates. .258 game. Angelo is your bowler double B on 1 and 2. He's bowling with Fran Luzzi, who's A, Corey Rocktishel, your B, and David Olsko, your double A. Next door you see Mike Webb. He's your bowler double B, bowling with David Molnar, your double A. Brian Schmidt, your B. Glenn Smith, your A. And 3 hot starts on that pair. With Smith, Schmidt, and Molnar all with front 3s. And Angelo goes high. Maybe a bit of the overcorrection, thinking how much tighter lane 2 would be than lane 1. It's pretty well known here at Almar Lanes. You got about a 5 or 6 more overall boards a hook on lane 1 than you do on lane 2. It's got a chance. Ooh, just a little comeback on that 3-pin. And an early open for Angelo. Well, we got Molnar with the front 4. Now we have Smith with the front 4. Can we get Schmidt with the front 4? And Schmidt gets him to go, so great start here for 3 players. Not a bad start for Webb either, let's be honest. Spare 3-bagger's nothing to sneeze at. Why would you sneeze at something? That's just wrong. On so many levels. I always wondered about that saying, nothing to sneeze at. Okay. Nothing to hack up a lung at either. And a lot of players on this 40-foot Monticelli pad are having some success early, staying right of the track area for right-handers. They haven't been fooled by going too far left too quick. As we got a front 5 for Molnar. Put up the link for your live scoring in the chat if you want to check it out. Game-by-game score updates. So even if you can't watch us all the way through the day today, you'll be able to keep an eye on the scores through that link. Carlton Chambers is your leader after one game with 257. Jeff Beasley, 247. Michael Clark Jr., 246. Fran Lezzi, 244. Brian Angelo, 243. Chris Barnes, 225. And Jeremy Simons, 221. Round out your top 10. Wouldn't surprise me by the end of the day today if it took a 215 or so average or a plus 120 score for your 8 games of qualifying to make the top 29 advancing to tomorrow. As Schmidt gets his front 5. Hottest pair in the USA right now is lanes 3 and 4 here at Almar Lanes. As we have 19 out of a possible 20 strikes by those 4 players here in game 2. See if Glenn Morgan Smith can get to the half dozen. Oh, and the wrap 10 ends that string. No, Brian Schmidt, it's up to you to keep things perfect on this pair. And the front 4 next door, our friend Lezzi. And we had another front 4 by John Shreve Jr., but that just ended with a 8-pin. Over on 5 and 6. See if Angelo makes the adjustment off of going high in the second frame here on lane 2. Well done, Brett Angelo. Some of you might be wondering, hey, why does Glenn Smith get to wear a wrist device out here? You don't see that on the PBA Tour. Well, first of all, we're at a PBA50 event, and even on the PBA50 Tour, bowlers are allowed to wear wrist devices in competition on the national tour as well as at the regional level. So the only place that wrist devices are not allowed is on the PBA National Tour. Oh, and Schmidt gets the late kick on the mixer to keep his bid for perfection alive. Take a quick peek in. And Carlton Chambers, our leader after game 1. You see he's double A on lane 12. He's bounced back with a double after an open frame. Make it 3 in a row now for Chambers. Haugen Jr. having some struggles here in game 2. Started with 210. Froberg started his efforts today at 174. So he's looking to get a few pins back on the field. Morning, Sibo.
What's up, Bill?
Not too much, buddy. Good start, 257.
I'm actually paying all the bowling, traveling. Hip is kind of really bothering me. You can probably see me limping up there.
Yeah.
But it's actually a good thing. It's making me stay slow. It's making me slow down, which is very well needed for me.
Yeah. Especially in a pattern with a good amount of volume in the front part of the lane, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, the pain, I feel it in the first step, and that's it. Also, my body kind of gets moving really good, but that first step, you're standing there, even the walking up there, but I mean, I'm going to try West Virginia. If I make it through this, try West Virginia, then I'll take a nice long break.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
a 2-month break.
yeah, I mean, that was a lot of games, the PBA50 World Series of Bowling you guys got in.
Turn right around, went to nationals after that.
Yeah. Oh, gee, how was National? How was Baton Rouge?
1862 for all events, 649 in team, 592 in doubles, and 620 in singles.
Okay.
They were tough. You just had to have the right people to break them down the right way. A lot of people tried urethane right around 7. Our guys just got urethane and stayed around 12, and that actually created this push in home.
Oh, nice.
A lot of people that tried to push urethane around 7. They had
No way around it. So, all right. Thanks, Sibo. Good luck in this frame and the rest of the weekend. Sorry I didn't have another microphone for Sibo right away. Always good to get players' insights while they're bowling. But, yeah, you can see right there that that's why Sibo's got that. Trying to keep everything loose, keep it slow, as he said, battling a hip issue. Sometimes that's the best thing, as he said, trying to get things pushed through. One of the best inventions for bowlers in the last decade is those massage guns, yeah.
I used to laugh until I really, really needed it, and my fiance, she bought me one.
Okay.
We're talking about pain, she bought me one, and probably one of the best gifts she could have gotten. Probably haven't used it this much.
It's amazing when you turn 50, all of a sudden your body just decides to go, hey, you're old. Like 49, everything was fine. You could keep up with the rest of the world.
You end up waking up with a different pain every time.
That's Patton Oswalt does a great comedy routine about when he turned 53 and he stepped off a curb and broke his foot. I mean, just doing something like that.
You're a little fragile now, you can't recover and stuff like you used to. It's good.
Right.
I think I'm going to try West Virginia for the TOC, and then after that I'm going to take a break until probably November around Morris or the PBA50-60 though.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's kind of hard with all the stuff out of cold water.
Yeah, Kohler, I mean, that's a stop you don't want to miss because it's 10 grand on top, man.
And my buddy lives 2 minutes.
Oh, there. And, yeah, and you got somebody you can stay with? Absolutely. Hey, Rick Wilson. Hope all is well. Safe travels getting here to Almar. Thanks for tuning in. So for those of you joining us for the first time here on the PBA YouTube channel, I'm $2 Phil Brilo. Some of you may remember me back in the days of Extra Frame, Flow Bowling, and now I'm 10 on the Deck Productions, and I'm glad that Tom Clark, Percival Bene, Jeff Goodger, and the fine folks at the PBA Tour are letting me stream this event on the PBA YouTube channel. So unlike some other bowling live stream services you see out here, we're a one-man crew. I'm it. So I'll be doing some running around. You get some occasional periods of ambient audio only, sounds of pinfall and such. While I get some technical things done. But appreciate everyone tuning in. Be bringing you all 3 squads of qualifying today, all the elimination rounds tomorrow here from Bowling Green, Ohio. Let's check back in on that hot pair from earlier. Brian Schmidt finally not putting an X on the board in frame 7, but he's looking at putting up 279 game after starting at 188. A nice bounce back. John Herman, I have no idea where the push to ban urethane. I'm honestly out of touch with the equipment part of the sport. I personally haven't thrown a bowling ball in competition since a bit before the pandemic even. And my competitive days, I gave that up about a decade ago on top of it. I was just a once-in-a-while league bowler whenever I was home. If I wasn't out with extra frame or flow bowling, I'd bowl with my friends in league, that was it. So I've really been out of touch on the equipment thing. I've seen, obviously, a bunch of opinions out there. I've seen some opinions. The players I go with the opinions on, I mean, are the guys that are in and out, week in, week out on tour. That's who it affects the most. There's not many of us bowlers out there that are bowling for a living other than a couple hundred players on the PBA Tour. Sure, there's a few thousand PBA regional members, but those guys are just, most of those players are just weekend warriors competing on the weekends, trying to get some checks, trying to make things happen. I would trust the opinion of those players more than everybody else. And, yeah, there's always some big tournaments out there, no doubt. You got the USBC national events and other big tournaments out and about. Bowling at the high school and collegiate levels is trying to grow, but it seems, at least in Wisconsin, high school bowling numbers haven't been doing anything but decreasing a bit. Other areas of the country, it's been staying steady or even growing some. But yeah, it's we've talked about it in the past on these live streams. Bowling isn't always changing the game. Evolution in equipment, evolution in lane surfaces. I mean, 100 years ago, hard rubber bowling balls were used, and it wasn't because of technology or anything. It's because the lane surfaces with shellac were so soft, you couldn't use a soft bowling ball. Soft, the ball would hook at your toes, and you'd have no hitting power. That's why hard rubber bowling balls work great with shellac. And as lane surfaces got harder and more fireproof, to be honest, that's when changes in equipment started happening with polyesters and then urethanes and everything else that's occurred in the game. So for 95% of remember, there's a million USBC certified bowlers. A million. There's probably another 400,000 people that bowl in uncertified leagues, couples leagues, fun leagues, that type of thing. Oh, wow, as Angelo whiffs the 4-pin. Yikes. We'll get up to Carlton Chambers' finish here in a second. A ban on urethane, what's it going to affect? 5% of the bowling population? 40, 50,000 people. Great conversion right there. On the 4-7-10, good time to tune in as Tom Howard gets himself a bonus ball in the 10th frame with that spare. Yeah, so, once it's like everything else in the sport of bowling, 95% of the people that actually hit the lanes in a league and an occasional tournament, it's not going to affect them. But the 5% that bowl higher end events, it's something, and they're going to have an opinion on it. My opinion is listen to the guys on top. Listen to what they're saying on social media with an Anthony Simonson or Jason Belmonte. I haven't seen anything from EJ Tackett, but we know EJ doesn't really use urethane. He loves urethane. EJ finds urethane to be his best friend sometimes on tour. Let somebody else push the oil around, and he can just go around it with his speed and rev rate. They build some hold, he'll use it. Whatever happens, bowling will keep rolling on. I'm sorry, Tom, it was a 4-6, yeah, 4-6-7, not 4-7-10. Thanks for correcting me on that. Hey, Brad, thanks for tuning in from across the state of Ohio. And Sibo, that massage gun working wonders for that hip right now as he's going to follow up that 257 with a possible 237. Let's get back down to Brian Schmidt as he's trying to put 279 on the board. Yeah, Sibo's going to make a ball change. Yeah, the runaway crossover. Not a quality toss there by Schmidt. Brad Angelo having one of those mornings where it's kind of an all or nothing thing. He's got one spare on the board this game with a couple of opens, but can still shoot 230. And Rocktashel's had things figured out. He's got a chance for 269. Meanwhile, friend Lizzie had the front eight. And that one goes high for Lizzie. Lizzie's opening game 244, so he can get to 264. 100 over for 2 is a pretty solid start any day of the week. So your player movement here in between games 2 and 3. They're going to skip 2 pairs and land on the third, so the players you see here on 1 and 2, they're going to move over. I'm sorry, they're going to skip a pair, land on the second. My apologies, between games 2 and 3. They got a bigger move between games 3 and 4. So between games 2 and 3, skip a pair, land on the second. The players you see on 1 and 2 will go to 5 and 6. Players you see on 3 and 4 will go to 7 and 8. And we have game 3 coming up on A Squad for the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 for Brian. We'll take you through the weekend. $5,000 on top to our champion that we'll crown tomorrow after our stepladder.
It's just PB's YouTube channel.
All right, game 2 finishing up on 9 and 10. Game 3 underway on 11 and 12. Got Mitch Beasley, your A, Don Hogue, your B, and Chuck Lupica, your double A on 11 and 12. Players you see just finishing up at 9 and 10, they're going to move over to 13 and 14 for their third game. John Shreve Jr., Jim Beaverson, Philip Peelish, and Chris Barnes are going to move next door on 9 and 10. Get you a 2-game scoring update when that comes across the wire. We put that link in the chat for you. It's up a little bit. If you need, you might need to scroll up a hair. Rip Van Revs. Yeah, the problem with moving ball returns off the approaches, couldn't do that in the center here like Almar Lanes, because if you move it off the approach, you got to move all the seating out of the way. It's a very tight concourse here. Last night during the Baker shootout, between all the bowlers, their equipment, the family and friends that came in to watch, not just the Baker shootout participants, but those PBA50 pros that were bowling with them. Yeah, ball returns off. It's not going to happen here. It's not going to happen in a lot of places because they just didn't worry about that. When a lot of centers, these centers were built in the 50s and 60s. I mean, there's maybe 5% of the bowling centers in the country that have been built after the year 2000, and of those 5%, most of them are, let's be honest, recreational facilities like a Main Event or Whirly Ball or other types of entities like that that don't gear towards competitive or even league bowling. It's let's go out and have some fun. Nothing wrong with that. That's the majority of bowlers in the country. They say 60 million people bowl at least once a year. I believe it. For fun and recreation. And now even more and more. There's a lot of uncertified leagues out there with younger bowlers that just want a night out, have the fun, roll the ball. They don't care if they're only averaging 125 or 130. They take pride in the little victories. As Barnes goes insta-high in that first shot. No, it's one thing to keep in mind. For many, it's a recreation. You get to the top level of this sport, which you're seeing here today for these PBA50 Tour players, you're talking top level of the sport. I mean, it's no different than golf. Golf's got a ton of recreational players. How many players actually go out and play professional events? Not a lot. So, yeah, I see the Facebook chatter and everything, and I've looked at it, like I said, I'll look at the guys that make a living at the tour. Look at their opinions and go, okay, that's where they stand on it. I personally, don't have an opinion. Somebody, run what you brung. Bring something with a weight hole. There you go. Just have a tournament. As long as the ball doesn't do physical damage to the lane, just drill it up any way you want. You still got to throw it good to make it score. And I get that. Some players saying younger players are just using urethane as a crutch. And hey, then when they try to, go out on tour or whatever, then they get their wake-up call. Then they learn the hard way. They should have worked harder when they were younger. They should have learned different hand positioning, all the other stuff that goes with that. So, let's be honest. We saw Anthony Simonson a couple of years ago at the World Series of Bowling almost make one of the longer animal pattern finals with polyester. He was throwing the striking against breast cancer spare ball and almost made a show. So what now? Ban polyester on the first ball? No, you have the talent to use the different types of equipment and stuff. All right, off my soapbox. Enough about urethane for now. I've got two more squads to talk about urethane because we've got B squad coming up 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Some of the bowlers you'll see on B squad. Include Tom Hess, our host coming up in Lorain, Ohio after this event's complete. Rick Krychek. Tom Doherty, your defending champion John Marsala, Eddie Graham, and Larry Verbal, who had a great PBA50 World Series of Bowling. Rudy Revs, Rudy Kazamakis on the squad as well. Bo Gergen had a nice run last night. Had 13 of the first 14 strikes in that Baker shootout. Gergen on B squad as well. And then let's get the C squad. 7 p.m. Eastern time for that start. Rick Willison, you got plenty of time to get here. Other players on that squad include Michael Haggett, John Rakowski, Anthony Jovanovic, Randy Weiss, John Verbich, and your World Series of Bowling World Championship winner, Mark Clark. Troy Lint on that squad as well. A couple of Wisconsinites with Bill Fabian and Lyle Kuhlman. And Barnes high again. Something tells me it's going to be another trip to the bowling bag for Barnes after that shot. And we did have one bit of a higher rev player on that pair with Carlton Chambers to start. It's only a threesome in game one on that pair. Then Haugen Jr., Tom Carter and company on in lane two, on in game two, pardon me. And now Barnes starts game three. Back-to-back opens. Let's get up to the end. Let's check out what's going on with Carlton Chambers and company. Chambers just walking off the lane after a strike at the sixth frame. He's your double A on that pair. Tom Howard is your A. Michael Clark Jr. is your B. And here you go after two games. Fran Luzzy is your leader at plus 107. Chambers second, plus 94. Clark Jr. third, plus 83. Rockdashell in fourth, plus 79. Shreve Jr. fifth, plus 61. Glenn Smith, plus 58. Brad Angelo, plus 52. Brian Schmidt, plus 45. Jeff Beasley, plus 40. And Chris Barnes, plus 39. Round out your top 10 on the squad. We'll check in on Leslie momentarily. As Leslie's on 5 and 6 this game. Wow. Barnes just left the 4-9. It is not a good morning in game three for Chris Barnes. He's looking at the buzzard on the scorecard to start game three. Let's get you over. You can see that 4-9 staring Barnes in the face. Before Barnes shoots at that 4-9, we'll get over to Fran Luzzy stepping up on lane 5. Luzzy looking to get a three-bagger on the board after that second frame open. And wow, that 6 tried to give a second effort. Against that 10-pin, failed to do so. And not a good start for Chris Barnes. Over to Chambers, looking to pick up a 10-pin. John, I said EJ loves your thing. He loves when other players use it and create hold. And then he kind of circles around it. So, I mean, there are urethanes in the motive line. They also have the microcell polymers. But how often on TV do you see EJ using one of those balls? Not very often that I can remember. So it's adapting to your environment. And players like E.J. Tackett and Jason Belmonte and Anthony Simonson and Andrew Anderson have all, they use what they have to get in the winner's circle. I mean, you look at the year Andrew Anderson's had this year. He's leading the Lucy doubles after day one with his partner Aaron McCarthy. If it wasn't for E.J. Tackett, Andrew Anderson would have another Player of the Year season going. We'll check back in with our leader, Luzzy, momentarily, as he did spare that 10-pin he left. Haugen Jr. running into some problems as well. And something tells me, even if it does actually go through and your thing gets banned, probably at the highest levels, or maybe it's a rule change just like the PBA has, where, hey, it's got to be 78 on the durometer. Ball companies are going to find a way to get around it. It's been a battle for how many decades now? Lane surfaces get harder, oils get slipperier. And the ball manufacturers will find some way to get around it within the rules. Let's get over to Barnes as he's going to be stepping up. Looking to end the bleeding. It's a never-ending battle. It's gone on for centuries, literally centuries in this sport. Hey, Barnes finds the hole. And so does Luzzy. I mean, back in the day, even after the start of the ABC in 1895, bowlers were still taking bowling balls that were made of, that wood, lignium vitae. Cut them in half, glue them together, have take one half from a 15-pound ball, one half from a 16-pound ball. Boom, there's your imbalance in your bowling ball. Two-finger grips. Oh, gee, guess what? Your finger and thumb holes are the same size. Spin the ball around. Different ball reaction. I was talking with somebody here yesterday, Almar Lanes, about a wheelchair bowler that we had in the PBA50 National Championships back in 2024. The bowler used a wheelchair, and a powered wheelchair, and he had a ramp that was made so that when his momentum stopped, the ball came off the ramp and rolled down the lane. Well, obviously, USBC rule says you have to have holes in the ball for each one of your fingers. You can't have extra holes. So this bowler in a wheelchair, he had a bowling ball with 0 holes in it because he's not putting his hand in the ball. But he would adjust the weight block on the ball to have the ball hook left, hook right, go straight by adjusting the weight block while it was on his ramp. So maybe that's the next thing. Maybe two-handed bowlers end up going to no finger holes. What are they going to do to stop them? Mark where they have to have their fingers on the bowling ball? so they can't get creative with the weight blocks and the ball. No matter what rule you put in, someone's going to try to find a way around it. Somebody's going to try to build a better product. So everybody that's so up in arms about this urethane stuff, yeah, don't worry about it. And if you have to buy a new bowling ball or two, I guarantee you were planning on buying a new bowling ball or two anyway. That's just my opinion. Brian Schmidt having a nice morning after game one with a nice bounce back. And of course, as soon as I say that, through the face. Schmidt currently 8th on the squad, plus 46, but after a slow start with 188, came back with 258 in game two. Either Mitch Beasley's happy about a shot or he's doing his best Richard Nixon impression on the way back. Oh, I saw this and I thought he was doing a Nixon. He had the peace sign in each hand. So we got Luzzy trying to stay in the lead. Man right behind him in the standings. He's going to be stepping up for his 10th frame momentarily with Carlton Chambers. We'll get down to Chambers as he's got a blemish in the 9th frame. Max for 214 for Chambers, but I guarantee you what, if you told any player in the building they could get off 15 and 16 and 1 and 2 with a couple of 2-team games, I think everybody in the field would happily take that. Yeah, we'll get back over and take a peek in on Chris Barnes. 3 opens to start the game. Now he's looking for a turkey to get back on pace. And Barnes is going to fire before Chambers. There you see Beasley can't trip the 4. Beasley sitting at minus 24 after 2. Not a good start to the day for Mitch. And get that 9 out of there, Chris Barnes. You can't have an event as great as this one here at Elmar Lanes without sponsors. And we've got ourselves some great sponsors that help put this event together. including there you see our triple platinum sponsor with UE2 and Chris and Irene Lindquist. All of our platinum sponsors will be scrolling on your screen, including CJ Sports Bar inside of Almar Lanes. Some of our silver sponsors as well: ANS Asphalt, ASD Remodeling, and Adam Dilsaver. Beer Co., Classic Products, Decor Internet Service, Doc's Ribcage, Easy Street, JB Construction, Jets Pizza, KR Strikeforce, Orrs Sunoco, Rose Realty, Turbo Grips, WOW Marketing, and WTG. Seamless Gutters. Thanks to all of our sponsors, regardless of the level, for helping us not only bring the PBA50, the Bowling Green, for the 28th consecutive year, but also helping to get us on the air here on the PBA YouTube channel all weekend long. So SIBO finished with 201. We'll get back to Luzzy momentarily, as Luzzy's on a 3-bagger going into the foundation frame. And actually, we'll go to Luzzy first here, as he's going to fire before Barnes. Luzzy trips a 4 over to Barnes, looking for the 4-bagger. Gets the 10 to go. Not too often you see Chris Barnes smiling after a 4-bagger, especially after 3 he opens to start a game. But he's back here talking to Michael Haggett about maybe the weather outside, a little humid and sticky here in Bowling Green, Ohio. Of course, that's half the country right now, hot and sticky. Let's see what Rockdashell can do here. Rockdashell 4th after 2 at plus 79. Looking to add 78 to that plus. Only blemish in the 3rd frame with a spare. And the 10-pin doesn't agree to go down. A little extra bonus plug for our platinum and gold sponsors. There you see Glenn Smith walking it off the lanes. As Smith sitting in 6th after 2 games at plus 58. So we're going to get over to Barnes, because Rockdashell should be all over that 10-pin. We'll give you the radio call on that foundation frame spare attempt. As Barnes now looking for 5 in a row. Splits the 8 and the 9 beautifully. Rockdashell did pick up that 10-pin, so he's still looking at 257 for his maximum. Brian Schmidt, 8th on the squad, was looking to try to get to 234, and now with that sleeper 9-pin, that's really going to be bringing that conversion percentage possibility into the single digits. You can get that angle on the 3-6. Problem is getting enough angle to get the 9 out while still getting that 3-pin into the 7. How about that? Enough of the 9 to take it down. Great cover there by Brian Schmidt. Hey, shooter. Now let's see what Luzzy can do here. He's already in the 230s with good count. Looking to get the full ride in the 10th, get to 245. That 2-part follow through working well for Luzzy. The follow through gets to about waist high, and then kind of the slight pause, and then the acceleration up through the remainder of the follow through. Thanks to everybody joining us this morning. I know there's a few that might be Bowl TV subscribers as well. Looking for that Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles. They should be underway. Down in, they actually should probably be ending their first game of C Squad. So we appreciate you joining us here on the PBA YouTube channel. No subscription needed. And Luzzy 245. Barnes gets 6 in a row. He just threw his 6th in a row. We'll stay here through the end of game 3 on this pair. Then we'll get over to Barnes for his 10th frame on 9 and 10. As your players going to make a big move here between games 3 and games 4. They're going to skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd. So the players you see here on 5 and 6 can move to 11 and 12. Players in 7 and 8 are going to go to 13 and 14. As we have 3 games in the books here on A Squad. Game 4 coming up shortly. From Bowling Green, Ohio, and the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Rolls on. and just ho-hum your average 8-bagger after 3 opens for Chris Barnes. Talked to him before the 10th frame, and basically said he knew Carlton Chambers was on that pair. He knew he was going to hook a little bit more. He made a ball change, and it just wasn't the right change. And then he switched the ball that was a little quicker, a little earlier response, but smoother on the back end, and that's what you saw him throw for 8 of those 9 strikes. You just saw him with the ball change on the fill ball. And that's what makes a Hall of Famer right there. Get through the struggles early on when you move pairs and just put 9 in a row on the board, close out with 236, keep yourself in contention and move on. Great finish there by the Hall of Famer, Chris Barnes. We're going to stay with our leader. Here at 11 and 12 with Fran Leslie. And almost got a break there. Tried to roll something back across into the 4-7. Get your 3-game scoring update once that comes across the wire. Put that live scoring link into the chat right now for you. No Pete Weber in this field this week. Saw a couple questions in the chat. There's a couple big names on the PBA50 tour that bypassing this event, getting a little time at home before the TOC, including John Janowitz, Mika Koivu-Niemi, Tom Adcock, Andres Gomez, and, well, Parker Bowen's bowling the striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. I know that Pete Weber taking the weekend off as well. A lot of players in the top 20 in PBA 50 National Tour points here in Bowling Green. As we are underway with Game 4. And you saw that reaction from Luzzy at about 20 feet. Definitely worst ball of the day by far. He's going to sit down, shake that one off, and try to pick up that super washout. Leslie's going to be almost 150 over for his first 3 games. We'll get that 3-game scoring update momentarily. And that's going to need some help. Wow. And then to add insult to injury, let's just chop the head pin off the mess. Blackjack in the second frame, you don't see that very often out here on the PBA Regional Tour. And at Blackjack, definitely not paying 3 for 2 for Luzzy at the moment. 21 in the second. Let's take a peek on the pairs next door, 13 and 14. As you've got Chris Barnes, your double B on 16 starts with a double, so that's 11 in a row since starting game 3 with 3 consecutive splits and open frames. Barnes going back to the fan, making sure that hand's nice and dry. I think the humidity in the air here in the Midwest is about 95% currently. Sun's finally out for a little while, but it just took all the rain that fell overnight here in the Bowling Green area and just has it hanging in the air. But the HVAC system here inside of Almar Lane's working beautifully. And for the Verapapa 300, there we go for Barnes. As Barnes comes back and adds a serial number of that ball to the score sheet. Let's get over to Luzzy, lane 12. How do you bounce back from a super washout? Responds beautifully. Trusts a shot off the hand. Let's check in with Sebo. Carlton Chambers, he's been running pretty hot on the squad so far. Dutch through 3 for Sebo. And your 3-game update in on your live scoring link. You see it in the chat. Luzzy plus 152, your squad leader. Clark Jr. second, plus 141. We'll check in with that gentleman right now as he's stepping up. Lane 6. Well, you can tell he wasn't happy with the release, but he's got to be happy with the result. Rocktishel third at plus 125. Chambers fourth, plus 95. Barnes with that great save in game 3. Finds himself fifth on the squad, plus 75. Glenn Smith sixth, plus 70. Brad Angelo seventh, plus 67. Brian Schmidt eighth, plus 59. David Molnar ninth, plus 55. Put John Shreve Jr. at that same number. So they'll be advancing 29 players to tomorrow's competition with 87 players in the field here. And almost a lucky roll on the 2-pin there. Luzzy. Yeah, everybody's going to be looking at that 9th, 10th place number after A squad as a target to shoot for. I mean, if all things were fair, right, and just in the world, we'd have 10 players off of 2 squads and 9 players off the 3rd squad that would advance. But with the PBA rules and regulations stating it's a 1 in 3 advancers ratio across all squads, top 29 scores after qualifying today will advance to tomorrow's Cashier's round. Oh, wow. Unforced error by Luzzy. Get over to Michael Clark Jr. Second on the squad, plus 41. Pardon me, plus 141. That current total on games of 246, 237, and 258. Appreciate everybody watching this morning. If you do me a favor, get on your social media channels. Let your friends and family know that you're watching the PBA on YouTube this weekend for free. Thanks to our sponsors with H5G Brands. Beat that fall league rush. Get you and your team's jerseys on order today. New lower pricing at h5gbrands.com. Be bold, be creative, be original. And stay tuned for the information coming out about the PBA LBC National Championships Clash. That'll be taking place. The top 8 players out of the division winners from the 2025 championships that just ended at Bolero Mount Prospect will be in that clash. And check for tournament information in 2026 and when you can register at pba.com/LBC tournament. And once again, I want to thank Bill and Yogi Wames here at Almar Lanes for all their support and bringing me in here with 10 on the Deck Productions to stream this event on the PBA YouTube channel. And thanks to Tom Clark, Carissa Del Bene, and Jeff Goodger for getting the wheels in motion to have 10 on the Deck Productions stream on PBA YouTube. All bowling is good bowling, but free bowling and watching bowling for free is great bowling. And we're glad to be able to have that for you today. We're going to get you back up to Chris Barnes because that hand has stayed hot. As Barnes on the first 4 here in game 4. There you see him making that subtle adjustment with the feet. Oh, wow. 2-pin went straight back after the head pin hit it. And the head pin went around the 4. That's a bit unusual. So 13 in a row for Barnes. Ends with a kind of bizarre hit. We'll get back over to Fran Luzzy in a moment on 11 and 12. Luzzy, our leader. Coming into the right side of your screen. That 2-pin last frame, oof, that was a bit painful. And now, let's just hope the wheels aren't fully coming off for Luzzy. Over to that in second, Clark Jr. He's got lane 6 figured out, just has to figure out what the heck's going on 5. Angelo can't get the 4 to go. John Shreve Jr. having a good start here in game 4. Tags a 3-bagger onto the board with that early double and a spare. Shreve Jr. at plus 55 after 3 on games of 214, 247, and 194. Corey Rocktushel sitting in 3rd on the squad, getting ready to pop up on lane 12. Rocktushel now the general manager of the Kettle Recreation Center in Slinger, Wisconsin. After a former bowling center was closed in that same building, they've added on and are reopening cubic AMF string pins in the center to go with other new features. So glad to see Corey taking the reins of a reopened bowling center. It's always good to hear that news. Schisler, one of two-handers on the squad to go with Corey Kistner. And Schisler finding trouble with a 210. Wow, Luzzy stops the bleeding after back-to-back single pin misses. Checking with our players on 1 through 4. You see Mitch Beasley, it hasn't been a good day for Mitch to this point, sitting at minus 52. Haugen Jr. not having a good day as well. Wow. Crosses over for the double as Beasley minus 52, Haugen minus 55. Yeah. The crowd goes wild for the wall shot for Mitch Beasley. Or maybe the crowd went mild. Don Hogue, owner of the Pro Shop at AMF Riviera Lanes in Fairlawn. And Froberg looking to turn things around. Plus 19 for Froberg after 3. Tom Carter stepping up. Carter at minus 4. It's going to bounce for a big 4 pickup. How do you think? Yep. Let's get back to a couple players in our top 8. Rockdale in 3rd, Angelo in 7th. Uh-oh, hold on, Corey. Yep. Footwork just did not look right all the way up there. Yeah, Rockdale now running into some trouble here in game 4. And Angelo finding trouble as well. Angelo at plus 67 after 3 games. Opened with 243 and then followed with 209, 215. Let's check in on Sebo, Carlton Chambers in 4th. Keeping the score sheet clean, but no doubles at this point for Sebo. And it's going to stay that way as that ball just slices high. So Sebo keeping it clean. We'll check in on Chris Barnes in a little bit. We had the front 4 this game and then follows with 3 single pin spares. .218 max for Chambers. And that one insta high again, so he needs to make a pretty big move. Mike Webb currently at plus 20, and he's going to need some help to stay in the plus at the pace he's setting this game. Beaverson picking up that spare. sitting at minus 49 after 3, so Beaverson's going to need a little work here. John Shreve Jr. going to be stepping up to lane 16. Shreve at plus 55. And he puts that chance for 279 on the board with that strike. In the foundation frame, 214, 247, 194 for John Shreve Jr. Brian Schmidt, Dutch through 6, now looking to make it Dutch through 7. Let's get back over to Luzzy as he's bounced back off of those back-to-back single pin misses with a 3-bagger. Still a chance for 208. Oh, that 7 teased him in a bad, bad way, but managed to go down. Oh yeah, we're streaming everything, Bill. B Squad starts 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. C Squad starts 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We're streaming all weekend. You're going to get every frame, every game, every pair, every squad, all the way through. As Barnes comes light, leaves the railroad. Let's peek back in on Rock the Shell. Currently third on the squad. Yeah, you'll see us all weekend long here. Then we're going to have a couple of weekends off. We've got some local TV productions to handle in the Milwaukee area, as we have some special bowling events. As Rock the Shell looking to get off the pair with 205. And then we'll be back in August, live streaming back-to-back weekends from Minstrels, Ohio with the Kremer Roofing Classic. Be streaming that on August 16th and 17th, and then we'll come back the following weekend on August 23rd and 24th in Coldwater, Ohio for the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxie's Extra Pair. A couple great super regional events we'll be bringing you here on the PBA YouTube channel. Once again, appreciate the PBA letting us here on 10 on the Deck Productions stream these regional events to PBA YouTube for everyone to enjoy for free. And we couldn't do it without our host centers like Almar Lanes, and we can do it with our season-long sponsors, H5G Brands and the PBA LBC National Championships. So let's see what John Shreve Jr. can do here, looking to put 279 up on the board in Game 4 as we're getting to the halfway point here on A Squad. Make it happen, make it so. Luzzy trying to make the save here. In Game 4. And the 7 was the last to go again, but it still went for Luzzy. Boy, you talk about the super washout in the second, okay, fine. Chopping the head pin off. You deal with that, but the mental error of letting the single pins get away, that's what's going to be having Luzzy kicking himself after the squad, I'm sure. Still in the 260s for Shreve Jr. I'll give him a nice vault up the standings. And Luzzy making the save to get to a deuce after 58 in the fifth. Barnes going to continue his climb up the leaderboard. He'll be in the 230s. Rechtishel trying to save 200 as well after a rough start. So we've reached the halfway point on A squad. Your players between games 4 and 5 just going to be moving one pair to the right. So the players you see here in 11 and 12, they're going over to 13 and 14. Chris Barnes and company, they're on 15 and 16 to go down to 1 and 2. And game 5 of this PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive and Gerdeman Insurance Agency, rolls on from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio.
people that block me, I'm hoping this idiot finally goes away. Well, we started. I don't think we'll remember
Game 4 scoring update should be across the wire in a bit. Taking a look at the chat here. Nick, the totals really you see on the scoreboards right now don't matter because the totals are static. The bowlers are moving, so like bowler double A on lane 10 here. Basically, that's just everybody has been double A going through that pair. So, and it turns red when it's highlighted on that bowler. So, basically disregard anything you see on the scoreboards except for the actual game score that day. John Austin. Not on my schedule today. So I don't see a John Austin on the roster for that question in the chat. If you have any other questions about this event, about the PBA50 Tour, drop them in the chat. I'll do my best I can do to answer them. I'm $2 Phil Brylow, taking you through the weekend here with 10 on the Deck Productions. I want to thank the PBA for allowing 10 on the Deck to stream on their YouTube channel for this great event this weekend with the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. And we want to thank all of our great sponsors. You're going to see them rolling across the screen for our platinum and gold sponsors this weekend. But we also want to thank our silver and bronze sponsors. Some of our bronze sponsors are Ace Mitchell, Bell Tire, Belleville Brothers Meat Market, Bob Stout, and Nationwide Insurance. Brandywine Golf Course, Deck Hanneman Funeral Home, Frisch's Big Boy, Noah Wagner at Great Lakes Garage Store, Habitek Security, Marsh and Rothenbuehler Attorneys, Staples Office Supply, Sunday Station, and Walmart. Some of the bronze sponsors for this event. You can't put together a PBA event at the regional level without some great local sponsors. And we have some great local sponsors here in Bowling Green. We have some great regional and national sponsors as well. As you see, the Brands of Storm, the Brands of Brunswick, and Motive, all sponsors of this event at the platinum level. We appreciate all of our sponsors that help bring you this 28th annual event from Bowling Green here on the PBA YouTube channel. I know there's a couple of choices for people to watch today. Some of you might even be double screening, watching us on one screen while you have the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles streaming on another screen. So we appreciate everyone that's tuning in today. We know you have some choices in your bowling viewing today, and we appreciate you being here with us in Bowling Green. Now, we talked a little earlier when the urethane debate was brought up in the chat during games 1 and 2 about bowlers just need to do what it takes to survive at this level. And we've got a couple of those bowlers you just saw. Corey Kistner walk off the lanes. And now you're going to see Ricky Schlussler. A couple players that late in their careers went to the two-handed style. And they've been relatively competitive after switching to two hands. Mary, thanks for tuning in from Kentucky this morning. I'm sure you got air you can wear down there as well. A little hot and humid here in Bowling Green today. Outside, inside here at Almar Lanes. Very little humidity and a comfortable 68 degrees. It's right at that perfect level where the bowlers are comfortable and a lot of the fans, they might not be wearing jackets. Hey, how about that for a break for Knopp? Take it, Peter. You see, there's one for pumping Peter, but that sounds bad out of context. As you saw Knopp do a little fist pumping there. Let's take a quick peek in on Chris Barnes. Made the move, 15 and 16. If you talk to the players, definitely the tightest pair in the house on the high end. Down here on the low end, 1 and 2. One hook's a ton, two hooks enough too to go with it. And you see Barnes gets the messenger to take the 10 out, and I'm sure there will be a move made off of that shot. Coming off a 237 on 15 and 16, and boy, if he can put up a similar game here on 1 and 2, yeah, any bowler in this field would take 70 over on these end pairs and happily move on. As soon as we get a Game 4 scoring update, we'll give that to you. You have the link to that scoring update from League Pals in your chat as well. And here we go, asking you shall receive. And Mark Clark Jr., who will take a peek in on momentarily, as he's on 7-8 here in Game 5. Clark, your leader at plus 160, just one pin behind is friend Luzzy. Luzzy just entering his third frame of Game 5. He's got 2 spares up, looking to make a third spare. Rock the Shell in third at plus 130. Shreve Jr., we saw the finish to his big Game 4. Shreve Jr. up to fourth at plus 121. Chris Barnes fifth, plus 112. Sebo, Carlton Chambers sixth at plus 92. Bright Angelo seventh, plus 82. Molnar eighth, plus 56. Beasley of the Jeff variety in ninth at plus 55. And Brian Schmidt's fallen back a little bit. Schmidt, 10th place on the squad, plus 40. A couple players fell back that game. Glenn Smith as well falls back to plus 34 in 11th. Let's see what Beasley of the Mitch variety can do here. Has not been a good day for Mitch to this point, as he's sitting at minus 43 after 4 games. Beaverson minus 109, getting ready to fire after Barnes. And Don Hogue at minus 26 as the 4 goes and the 9 goes for Barnes. Wow. Game 3 for Barnes. That 4-9 stood and stared right back at him. What a difference a couple of games can make. And Bo Gergen talking things over with Chris Barnes on the end. After Hogue makes his toss, we'll get over to lanes 5 through 8. We'll check in on our leader with Michael Clark Jr. Clark Jr., front 4. Use your bowler B on your scoreboard on 5 and 6. Froberg sitting at plus 1 through his first 4. Froberg also on the front 4, looking to make a charge. Oh, 2-pin does the job on the 4. Take it down, mark an X. All right. Chris Barnes trying to keep climbing up the leaderboard here on 1 and 2. And once again, able to see everything on PBA YouTube. You can view all the pairs as well. You've got those pair feeds available to you with the links underneath the video that you're watching. If you're not full screen, if you're full screen, you're going to have to minimize your screen for a minute. Click on those links, and then once we cut away from Chris Barnes, hey, you can keep watching him on that other pair feed while we bounce around, follow hot hands, that type of thing. And we couldn't do it with 10 on the Deck Productions here without, first of all, the PBA and their YouTube channel. Thanks for letting 10 on the Deck Productions stream on there this weekend. And we couldn't do it without the support of Bill and Yogi Wamas for covering the check for me to pack up the Yugo. Actually, I think we're going to upgrade after this weekend to a Renault car. I think we're going to be able to upgrade thanks to the check Bill and Yogi are writing. We'll have a Renault car with all the equipment in it. Drive that around, and we couldn't do it without our season-long sponsors with H5G brands. Beat that fall league rush. Be bold, be creative, be original, and get your jerseys bright and early for your fall league season. H5Gbrands.com and the PBA LBC National Championships. Keep an eye out. Chris Barnes going to be one of the 8 bowlers in the PBA LBC National Championships clash coming up. Announcement on the time and place and how you can watch that clash for the big money coming out soon, and get all your 2026 LBC National Championships information so you can sign up as soon as possible, get the squad time and date you want at pba.com/LBC tournament. Gary Foreman in the house. Good to see Gary, longtime proprietor of Fountain Bowl in Southern California. Come on, John. Wow, gets robbed. Absolutely robbed there. Gary originally from the Detroit area. I was just talking to him for a minute. Long time involvement in the industry and really loves the sport of bowling. One of those proprietors, and even a former proprietor, really wants to see the sport thrive. As Barnes looking for the possible 269. Let's go next door. Let's check in with Mark Clark Jr. as he's finishing up Game 5. They'll put 235 on the board with a full ride on the fill ball. At 235. Add to his previous plus 160 total, have him at 195 to the plus if he gets them all, which he does. So let's check in on Fran Luzzy. As Luzzy having some problems early again this game, similar to Game 4, and now he'll need to strike out in the 9th and 10th after a spare here to get to 2-0. So most likely Michael Clark Jr. going to be our leader, unless Raktashel, who's your bowler B on your scoreboard on 13 and 14, can put together a big finish as well. Let's see what Rocktischel can do here to put a big finish on the board in Game 5. Plus 130 for Corey's first 3, and he put a majority of that on the board games 2 and 3 with 258 and 246. Surrounded those 2 games with a 221 opener and a 205. Game 2. Angelo hanging tough, as we mentioned. He's in 7th, plus 120. I'm sorry, plus 82 for Angelo. Let's check in on Chris Barnes. Currently 5th on the squad at plus 112. Looking to add 69 pins to that plus, get the plus 181. See the difference between lanes 1 and 2. Really deep on lane 1. Talk to most of the players. They say it's an average overall ball movement change 5 to 6 boards greater than lane 2, and even lane 2 hooks a little bit more than the rest of the house. So your players between Game 5 and Game 6. Once again, they're going to skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd. So the players you see here on 1 and 2 are going to be going over to 7 and 8. Our players on 15 and 16 will go down to 5 and 6. And Barnes absolutely flush. That's a save the sweep strike. No sweep needed. Just give him 10 more pins. And once again, always looking to get that extra information. Barnes going to a new ball on the fill shot. So quality game once again by Chris Barnes. Oh, interesting way to trip the 7 out, kick the bottom out, have it fall to the right. So once again, your player movement, skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd. Thanks everybody for joining us on PBA YouTube today. Hey, Robin Morrison, good to see you once again in from South Africa. I don't think you're going to see us on C Squad tonight. Be a little past your bedtime. But appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate everybody that's watching today. And if you can let your friends and family know on your social media that there is PBA50 regional action with a lot of PBA50 Tour stars available to watch for free on the PBA YouTube channel all weekend long. Game 6 of this Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Keeps on rolling with B Squad at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, C Squad 7 p.m. Eastern. For your viewing pleasure. We'll get you that 5-game scoring update momentarily. Scores are starting to roll in as we're entering Game 6. We'll stick with this pair to start. 5, 6, 7, 8. Here in Game 5, Froberg, Carter, Cope, and Hagen Jr. on 5 and 6. We're in Game 6. Smith, Schmidt, Molnar, Webb on 5 and 6. Shreve Jr., Beaverson, Peelish, and Barnes of the Chris variety. That's 7 and 8. $5,000, your first place prize this weekend. And thanks to all the great local sponsors here at Almar Lanes. It'd be quite a hefty prize list for a PBA50 regional, all the way down to our last cash spot. 29th place will be your last cash spot. 29 players will advance to tomorrow's competition off of all of our squads here today. A, B, and C. B starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. C starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. C might be a couple minutes behind by the time we get that late in the day, because each squad is going to get a fresh application of this 40-foot Omeletto Monticelli pattern. And after we're done with qualifying tonight, top 29 players return for Cashers round at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. They'll add 4 games of qualifying in that Cashers round to their 8 games from today. After 12 games are in the books, the top 16 players will advance with their pinfall into the round of 16. 3 additional games in that round will get us to our top 8. Pinfall continues to carry over for 2 final games of qualifying for that top 8, and our top 4 will be seated into a step ladder. Scheduled to start about 3:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and if you can't watch it live, you can be able to get back, watch the archive here on the PBA YouTube channel. For those of you that are Mitch Beasley fans, unfortunately, you'll no longer be viewing Mitch Beasley on any of our pairs, as he is withdrawn from the event due to injury. Don't have any information on what exactly occurred, but I did see Mitch wheeling himself and his bowling equipment out of the bowling center a little while ago. Let's take a peek down. A couple players that have been top 5 most of the morning. There you see Sebo, Carlton Chambers. And he's crossing on that pair with Mike Clark Jr. Clark Jr. was our leader after 4. Tom Howard rounds out the trio. On 13 and 14, Howard under par after 4. Next door is Corey Kistner, Jeff Beasley, Jeremy Simons, and Joe Elam. Jeff Beasley leading that quartet. He was in 9th place after 4 games at a plus 55. Got the update on Mitch Beasley. A slight tweak in the back. Didn't want to push the issue, not having a great day as it was. So nothing major for Beasley at the moment. Doesn't want it turning into something major. And Mitch Beasley with the withdrawal. A lot of bowling still coming up. The remainder of the PBA50 regional season and the PBA50 Tournament of Champions in early August, so you can't blame Mitch Beasley for taking the WD at the moment. Jeff Beasley plus 55 through 4. Looking for his first strike of game 5 here in the 4th frame. And we got our game 5 scores in. Michael Clark Jr. continues the lead, plus 195. Chris Barnes up in the second, plus 181. We'll check back in on Barnes momentarily. Corey Rocktashell in third. Corey having a great day, plus 167. Fran Leslie's dropped from first to fourth in a couple of games, plus 139, still hanging tough. Brad Angelo, plus 103 in fifth. John Shreve Jr., plus 102 in sixth. David Molnar in seventh, plus 75. Sebo Carlton Chambers in eighth, plus 65. Glenn Morgan Smith in ninth, plus 59. And Ricky Schisler in 10th at plus 29. So some players going a bit backwards on their scorecard. Players like Barnes are making a run up. Rocktashell holding pretty steady. Rocktashell with a great finish in game 5. Got himself back to 237. No games under 200 for Rocktashell so far today. Let's get over to those pins. There you see Glenn Morgan Smith walking off. Going to be shooting at a 3-pin. Mike Webb at plus 13, you see stepping up on lane 5. take some big games for Webb to get back in the number. And if he can keep striking like that, the remainder of Game 6 and all of Game 7 and 8. As Barnes gets back to striking, over to Sebo. Looking to surround that spare with a couple of doubles and, a couple of strikes around that spare. It does have a double in the second and third. Mike Clark Jr. looking to surround his spare in the third with a couple of doubles. Clark Jr. keeps the scoreboard clean through 5 frames. Once again, a little different than what you see for a lot of events on the PBA50 National Tour, where once qualifying is complete, they go to a bracket match play where if you're not in the top 8, whether you're 9th or 24th really doesn't matter. It's just a matter of what player you get in that bracket. This is an elimination format all weekend long. Keep bowling, no match play pins. Keep piling on to your score, and you need to stay above that cut number to stay alive in the event. So there might be a few different late round strategies working for some players. Might not be that ball change in Game 8. Just to try something knowing they've got some pins to play with, because that's not the case here. In Bowling Green, Ohio. After Clark tosses in the 6th frame here, we'll go check on a couple of players in the top 5 at Rock the Shell and Luzzy, as they're both on lanes 3 and 4. And the 6 just gets enough of the 10 for Mike Clark Jr. to take it down for a strike. Angelo in 5th, so 3 players on this pair in the top 5. Second effort by the 5-pin gets the 7 out for Angelo. Ricky Schluchter under on the day through 5. Peter Knopp under as well. Knopp just -5, but still under with 3 to go, and that's not going to help the cause any. Not the way you want to stay Dutch after a solid 8-pin. Luzzy trying to stop the fall down the leaderboard, and that's not going to help. Ray Riffle the third under on the day. On 1 and 2 as well. Your pair's not having any fun when your highest guy in the pair is a -5 after 5. Guarantee you that. Before Luzzy tosses, let's check in on Chris Barnes. He's got the score sheet relatively clean, but no doubles. And that no double streak continues. As Barnes is going to be looking at a max of 215 in Game 6. Get over to our leader, Mark Clark Jr. A couple boulders. Gathering some intel, gathering behind Clark. See where he's playing the lanes, as that's now a 3-bagger on the board. Corey Kistner. Has not been a good day for Kistner to this point. We're not going to say how much in the minus he is, but even if Kistner strikes out now in Game 6 for 290 on lane 15 and 16, he's still minus. So. Let's get back down, peek in on Rock-to-Shell. No doubles to offset that second frame open. And he should thank his lucky stars. That's only a 10-pin. That looked like 2-8-10 for a second. Something spun off the sideboard and did some damage. Let's peek in on Barnes. No, the 4 went late, but it went. Let's get over to Sebo. Looking to get to 235. Throws the flag on himself. 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 wrongs can make a strike. Grab it, pull it left, and throw it hard. And your flush pocket. Once again, that is a statement trademarked by $2 Phil Enterprises and 10 on the Deck Productions. Please do not use without the express written consent of the PBA and 10 on the Deck for any type of logoed material, T-shirts, keychains, or otherwise. Clark Jr. looking to get to 259, looking to extend his advantage out over Chris Barnes for the #1 spot on the squad. Rap 10 says not this time. Kistner wants to peel, doesn't do it. Hi, Tom Carter. Pretty good. You still have a smile on your face.
It's hard to do sometimes.
It's hard to do sometimes. Tom Carter, plus 28 after 5. He's hanging tough. But right now, 10th place is plus 29. So you're 12th on the squad. Yeah. So there's still hope. It might be just a sliver of daylight, but there's still hope. I know everybody enjoys Tom Carter on the PBA50 National Tour on those stepladder finals. I do as well. It was always fun working with Tom back in the days of Extra Frame and Flow Bowling. I always enjoyed Tom Carter's insights during those events. And he continues to do so on Bowl TV. Not at this level, you're right, Tom. It says bowling and easy should not be in the same sentence. At this level, no, it should not. Just checking on Rock the Shell. Can still get to 216. 7 and 10 meet in the middle of the deck for Corey. As he takes them all down. Sebo can get to 235. Get himself up to an even plus 100. Like I said, my guess is if you walk out of this squad today with plus 120 or better, I think you're seeing action tomorrow. Keyword is think. Quick peeking on Barnes as he bowls in the 10th frame. That's not going to happen. Barnes is going to be sub 200. So in the 230s with any decent count for Sebo. Well, the checks might spend, but the trophies are forever. And there you see the trophy for this year's PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. Everybody's going to want to take that home. That $5,000 might spend, but that'll get some great attention in the players' trophy room at home when they take home that title. Game 6 wrapping up. Game 7 on its way. Scheduled start time for B Squad, 1:30 p.m. Scheduled start time for C Squad, 7 p.m. Eastern. As there's still a lot of bowling to be had today here from Bowling Green.
Some days you don't want to see in front of you.
Welcome to lane 1, Mark Clark Jr. Everybody knows it. It's a hook monster on that pair, especially lane 1. Lane 2 isn't as hugely different from the rest of the middle of the house, the middle 12. 15 and 16 play a little bit tighter, but not to the extremes of tightness that they see with hook on 1 and 2. As soon as that 6-game scoring update comes across the wire, we'll get that to you. We'll throw that link in the chat so you can check it out yourself as well. Once again, Michael Clark Jr. crossing with Tom Howard and Carlton Chambers. Saw there was a SIBO fan in the chat recently, so we'll give you a peek or two here in Game 7 at SIBO and Michael Clark. Don't forget, every pair in play available to you to watch with the ambient audio on the PBA YouTube channel. You got all those links below the video that you're watching now. If you're on full screen, go back to part screen, and you'll see those links. Right-click, open up in a new window, because in that way we can tell you player movement. Players skipped the pair, landed on the second after Game 6 as SIBO with the opening double. Just throwing a rope, overcoming the hook on lane 1 with speed. Chris Barnes, who was in second after 6 games, probably after 5 games, just getting underway, leaves a week 10. We'll check in on Rocktischel in third right now. And you see Rocktischel. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Brett Angelo. 3 of the guys got red jerseys on that pair. It's throwing me off. And you see Fran Luzzi starts off Game 7 with a washout. Luzzi in 4th, but hot start for his first 3, and it's been a struggle since then. Conversion for Luzzi. Yeah, Ricky Schisler's bowling right now. Schisler is on lanes 5 and 6. So you'll see Schisler coming into play momentarily. He's your bowler A on your scorecard on 5 and 6. So if you want to keep watching them as we bounce around pairs, open up that pair feed on the PBA YouTube channel. Not a good day for Schisler, however. I mean, he's hanging tough. He was 29 over through 5, but he's going to give some of that plus back from scoring Game 6. And the struggles continue for Fran Luzzi with the 7-10. Let's check in on Mike Clark Jr. Looking for his first strike on 1 and 2. Gets them all to go. And no lucky bounce for Luzzi. Let's check in on Chris Barnes. First ball in lane 11, second frame. Oh, a little teaser 8 before the tilt to the left. See what Sebo can do here, looking for the front four. Like we said, he's battling game one. Look at that ball speed. Picking it up just a bit, and unfortunately, he had a little grab on the bottom with that one. So let's give you your update on scores after 6 games. Michael Clark Jr., your leader, plus 222, a big advantage over Chris Barnes in second. Barnes at plus 176. Rock the Shell hanging tough at plus 162. Shreve Jr. fourth, plus 150. Brad Angelo down to fifth at plus 114. Luzzy continues to slide backwards. He was in first after 3. He's now sixth at plus 104. Sebo in seventh at plus 100. Molnar eighth, plus 81. Webb at ninth, plus 67. Glenn Smith and Tom Carter tied for 10th at plus 53. I mentioned it earlier. If you walk out of here at plus 120 or better, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Today, that 215 average will hold in just fine on this 40-foot PBA Omelette Monticelli pattern. As Michael Clark Jr. slides them all into position of horizontal. And once again, we're kind of looking at the 9th and 10th place score to kind of judge off where the cup may be. We're taking 29 players to the Cashers round tomorrow. So one would think sitting around 9th, 10th place is going to be a sweat number for sure, waiting for B and C squads to finish up. And I'll tell you what, as this Monticelli pattern's getting more and more chopped up, it is not looking like much fun to battle. But as Tom Clark just said, the words bowling and easy shouldn't be in the same sentence at this level, and it definitely is not. As Angelo currently in 5th at plus 114, puts a double on the board after the opening spare. Let's check in with Barnes. Rolls up, 10 back. Wow. Mike Clark did not like that one in his backswing, I think. The same pair with Chris Barnes as John Shreve Jr. Shreve Jr. spare 3-bagger on the board here in Game 7. We'll take a peek in on Shreve Jr. momentarily. Jeff Beasley currently 14th on the squad, plus 25. So he's going to need to find some pins these last 2 games to try to see action tomorrow. Barnes looking for 3 in a row. And he says, heard him over talking to another player about how everything he thinks is happening, he thinks it's going to go high and then ends up flush. No, that one went a little high, so maybe that logic might change a little bit. Wow, and Luzzy finds more trouble. Even with 9-pin tap, Luzzy would have the same score on the fourth right now. 50 in the fourth. That's painful. He really can't afford to give up any more pins this game. We saw him with a big strikeout earlier to get to 2-0 after having 58 in the fifth. Not looking to repeat that again, but he's going to have trouble getting a deuce. Third place, Roktashel on the front three. Shreve stepping up at the same time, so we'll give you the radio call. Well, actually, we can give you Shreve first. Shreve can't get the 10 to go, and Roktashel lucky to get the 7 to go. And Angelo trying to keep the climb up the leaderboard going, plus 114, now on a 3-bagger after the first frame spare. Lots of bowling to go today, ladies and gentlemen. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the bowling pond. Nope, more bowling. Coming to you 1:30 p.m. for B Squad here from Bowling Green. They'll get a fresh application of the 40-foot Monticelli lane pattern, and then before C Squad takes to the lanes at 7 p.m. Eastern, once again another application after a stripping of the lanes with the Monticelli pattern. Hey, there we go, Luzzy, back in the pocket. Sibo plus 100, 235 the last game, got him up to that triple-digit figure. Looking to get even farther into triple digits here. As he takes care of business in frame number 7. Shreve before Roktashel again. Shreve 10 down. Roktashel. Wrap 10. PBA regional events, and actually PBA national events, can't run without great sponsorship. And we've had some great sponsors all season for our PBA regional telecast on PBA YouTube channel, including H5G Brands. Get ahead of the game. Get your team's fall jerseys ready. Doesn't matter if it's for bowling or golf or darts. Make it happen. Beat the rush and have one of their designers help you be bold, be creative, and be original. H5gbrands.com. Check out the new lower pricing on all of their jerseys, including their full custom jerseys. And the PBA LBC National Championships clash coming up shortly. You'll see Chris Barnes in that clash, along with 7 other division winners. And get your information on the 2026 tournament when that info is released shortly. PBA.com/LBC tournament for all the information you need on the PBA LBC National Championships. And once again, we want to thank our sponsors here that helped with our telecast and the immense prize fund for this PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2. There you saw Chris Lindquist as our triple platinum sponsor. There you see Progressive and Gerdeman Insurance as one of our platinum sponsors as well. All kinds of sponsorship, platinum and gold sponsors you see coming by now. We also had some great silver and bronze sponsors we will mention shortly. And that's going to leave the 9-pin behind the 3 and 610 for Rockdishell. That one's going to be real tough to keep the score sheet clean with. Let's see who's going to fire first between Barnes and Angelo. It's going to be Barnes, even though they're both stepping up at nearly the same time. Angelo with a little longer pre-shot routine in most cases. And of course, as soon as I say that, they both fire at the same time. Barnes strikes. Hey, look at that. No pins left for Angelo. That means there's a strike there as well. So Barnes on a 3-bagger. 269 maximum with 3 frames remaining here in Game 7. Give one more run through to our platinum sponsors here. Let's see what Luzzy can do here. Yeah, that was kind of a little reset false start. Let's see if still gets a quality shot out of his hand. A little light, can't roll the 2. Let's get a peek in as Sebo is going to be stepping up on lane 2. Hey, happy birthday, Jim Ward. Glad you're able to join us and watch. Well, Jeff Johnson, I got a couple opinions about how this Monticelli's complained compared to the WSOB. I had a couple players saying that they felt pretty good, but they were higher rev players, like you said, with SIBO, Carlton Chambers, and a couple of lower rev players said, doesn't remind me of anything of what we saw in Michigan. So, every bowler's got that little different look of what's going on. But as you said, yeah, the speed and rev rate, especially the speed for Chambers. I mean, the man can fire when needed. And unfortunately, need a little more speed on that shot to get it to hold. Let's see if Rock the Shell can right the ship. Ten won't go. You keep the score sheet clean, you're still in the two teens, you're still in good position to get to tomorrow. But you want to gather every stick you can because there's pinfall carryover every round of this competition. Let's go to Barnes first and we'll get back to Clark. Barnes looking for the Rob Stone pork product. Gets it. And no roll of the two for Mike Clark Jr. That's right. I call it the Rob Stone pork product because I'm not paying that man money for those 7 letters he used for all those years on Fox. Jim, I'll have to ask somebody else after the round's over and get back to you on B Squad because I do not bowl anymore. I haven't had a piece of equipment in my hand since well before the pandemic, and to be honest, I really don't follow it with all the bowling balls coming out because that's what I usually have a color analyst for a lot of the things I do. But if I can get somebody I see on a staff that's walking in for B Squad before the end of A, I'll throw that question their way. I'm just the play-by-play grunt. John Shreve having another quality game on the same pair with Barnes. We'll go up there momentarily. As Barnes is going to be stepping up in the 9th frame, Shreve Jr. will be stepping up in the 10th on 11 and 12. Let's see what Rock the Shell can do here, stepping up right side of your screen. Bouncing back. Nope. Maybe. Wiggle. Almost. Back to SIBO for the 10th frame. Needs a lot of help. Yeah, it doesn't even hit the head pin on the left side. My goodness. Easily the worst shot of the day for Chambers. At least he gets to take the lane out of play on the spare. We'll give you the radio call on Chambers' spare attempt, as he's just going to fire hard and straight. Chambers picked up the 1-3. Now Barnes takes that 7-pin, tried to stand against the might of a Hall of Famer. That silly 7-pin didn't know it hit it. You don't stand against Hall of Famers. You just go down like the other 9 pins. So Sebo, Phil ball, looking for 220. 219. John Shreve Jr. is sitting at plus 150 after 4. Looking to get in the plus 200 range here with the first strike in the 10th frame. And gave that one a little extra gas. Still a solid game, 247 with a spare for Shreve Jr. Let's check in on third place Rock-to-Shell and fifth place Angelo. Angelo, your double B on the scoreboard at lane 8, so Angelo can go 269. Rock-to-Shell needs to punch for 220. Finally gets back to striking after 5 frames off. The facetious pat on the back. And bad goes the worst in the 10th for Shreve Jr. 235, still a respectable game, but gave some pins back. It could have been in the back pocket. Let's check in with Mike Clark Jr., our leader, plus 222. And he can add 1 pin to that plus. Still in great shape for tomorrow. With just a single game remaining here for A squad qualifying. Hey, you'll take it. It's a fill ball. Angelo got his strike in the 9th, so we'll get over when Angelo is up in the 10th, along with Rock-to-Shell. Barnes will get past that plus 200 number easily this game. And he should be past our leader, Michael Clark Jr., with the first 2 strikes in the 10th frame for Barnes. Wheels it, deals it, shakes the 5 down. I don't want to say it was last, but it was the only remaining pin on the deck was the 5 pin. After he got bounced around by quite a few entities. Let's check in on Fran Luzzy. Luzzy holding on to 6th right now. Trying to salvage 200 out of a game again where it was just a super rough start. And he gets 10 to go, so he can get to 209. Yeah, Barnes was staring that one down a little more intently than the last one. Knew that. Just wasn't going to peel properly. But we will have a new leader after 7 games. That leader is going to be Chris Barnes. Your player movement between games 7 and game 8 is just simply a 1-pair move to the right. So Barnes and crew will go to 13 and 14. The players see here in 7-8. They'll go next door to 9 and 10. And 1 game remaining on A squad. B squad will take to the lanes 1:30 p.m. Eastern. C squad 7 p.m. Eastern. Your scheduled start time. All right, your last chance to make a move here on A Squad. With game 8. Sibo was in the 2 teens in game 7, so Sibo's still sitting pretty good in the standings. He'll be at just under plus 120. If he gets a solid game 8, gets another game of the 2 teens, I'm sure we'll see him tomorrow. And then he can start making the charge up the leaderboard. Let's see, question in the chat. How many hours do they do this? Well, this squad's going to take about, running a little long here. I mean, it's already 12:15, so I don't think we're starting at 1:30. We may get the stream started again on YouTube, but there may not be any practice going on. And again, they only got all 16 lanes. It only takes about half hour to 40 minutes, so it'll be close. As we should be done right about 12:45 with this game. So figure 4.5 hours. We're doing that 3 times today, so that's 13.5 hours of bowling you get to watch here on the PBA YouTube channel. So yeah, we're putting in some long hours, and it's not just me here on the broadcast. Everybody here on the staff at All Lanes. Started with a long day yesterday. Practice squad started at noon. Then we had a couple of pro-ams. That wrapped up about 11 o'clock last night. Right back at it this morning. By the time we get done with C Squad tonight, it'll be after midnight. And then right back in the building tomorrow. 10 a.m. is the start for the cashers round. So not a lot of rest for the people running this event. And we appreciate everyone here at All Lanes. We appreciate the ownership here with Bill and Yogi Wamas. And all their staff here for keeping everything running smoothly, not just for the players, but for all the Pro-Am participants and the fans as well. Let's check in. We'll make a move here. Checking Brad Angelo, just getting things underway here in Game 8. Rock the Shell on this pair as well, having a solid day. Friend Luzzy finding a way late in games to keep himself in contention. Should have a 7-game scoring update for you in the next 5 minutes or so. We've got a link to that scoring site thanks to our friends at League Pals. You can check out the scores even if you're not able to watch on YouTube later today. Before Angelo shoots at that, let's check on Mike Clark Jr. Opens his game with a spare. And now Angelo coming in the left side of your screen trying to convert the 3, 6, and 10. Ooh, bit unusual. 6 wraps around the 10. And the first frame open for Angelo. Tom Carter trying to make a little bit of a late charge. Carter was in 11th at plus 53. Same number that Glenn Morgan Smith sitting at. Carter had a game of the 2 teens. In game 7, but the one pair I wouldn't want to ever have to finish on in this center is 1 and 2. Not a bad toss on 2. Now you got to make the adjustment on lane 1. Haugen Jr. not having a good day, minus 12 for Michael through 6. So we are not going to see former PBA Rookie of the Year for the PBA50 Tour in action tomorrow. Sebo looking to start this final game of the block with a double. Does so. Let's get up to Shreve. See John Shreve. He'll be coming in the left side of your picture momentarily at lane 13. And Shreve shreds for a double in the 3rd and 4th. Over to Angelo, Rock the Shell, and Luzzy. Luzzy strikes spare to start. There you see Angelo shooting at the 5-pin. Nobody in the crowd with their hand up. Unlike last night at the Baker shootout, there were quite a few times. Many hands were raised in the air, except I didn't see any missed 5-pins last night. We had some quality spare shooters on that Baker Pro-Am. And an opening double for Rock the Shell. I do not envy anybody finishing on 1 and 2. All right, as we mentioned at the end of Game 6, Chris Barnes, your new leader, at plus 234. Michael Clark Jr., who you'll see stepping up on lane 3 and 4 momentarily. In second, plus 223, John Shreve Jr. at plus 185. There's your leader, now with 3 in a row after a big 4 for the opening frame. Brad Angelo up in the 4th. At plus 152, Corey Rockdashell plus 150. Sebo, Carlton Chambers, we mentioned Sebo just under that plus 120 number, 119 to the plus. So back to Sebo shooting at the 610. Sebo gets out of here with another 2-team game. I think it's he doesn't even have to sweat tonight about making the Cashier's round tomorrow. He just has to figure out where he's going to be in the standings to move up from. Fran Luzzy at plus 112 and 7th on the squad, 8th David Molnar plus 105. Mike Webb and Billy Froberg tied for 9th and 10th at plus 67. Tom Carter right behind that and 11th at plus 59. So if Carter can throw a big last game, good luck on that on 1 and 2. But if he does it, he might be in the advancers round tomorrow. Few extra super senior checks for the players that are 60 or older. Usually there's 3 or 4 in the event, but I think with the sponsors here, I think Bill and Yogi Wamas have a couple extra super senior spots. They really appreciate the bowlers that have committed to this event year after year after year. Remember a couple years back on the 25th anniversary event, there were a few players that have bowled it every year of the event. And they gave some special prizes away to those bowlers. That had participated in 25 events. They made a little extra prize list. Oh no, and Haugen Jr. goes from bad to worse. Yikes. We'll watch a SIBO toss here, then we'll get up to Chris Barnes, and then we'll get back to Mike Clark Jr. if all works as planned. Of course, things really go as planned, and ooh, an ugly shot there for SIBO. Barnes coming in the left side of your screen. And another Rob Stone pork product off the shelves and into a bowler's back pocket. 4 in a row for Barnes. Well, let's see if we can get a bounce here for SIBO. Why not? Oh, he only gets 1. Let's take a peek here on Angelo before Clark Jr. fires. Oh, wrap 10. Over to Clark. And keeping it clean. Peeking on John Shreve Jr. Yikes. That's not the peak we wanted. Half for Shreve Jr. Get over to SIBO. Going to bounce back off that big 4. Mike Clark Jr. just in cruise mode right now. Wow, and SIBO back-to-back 4-6 combos. Textbook conversion of the super washout by John Shreve Jr. Even gets a small round of applause from some fellow players on that shot. Meanwhile, Rock the Shelt has the front 4 as he's trying to climb back up into the top 3. If there's anybody from Milwaukee Power Tools watching, by the way, you need to sponsor a PBA50 event because there are more of your fans the bowlers are using to help keep themselves and their hands cool than any other brand of fan out here. And I'm a Milwaukee Tool fan myself, so if anybody's watching that's got connections at Milwaukee Tool, it's just getting some PBA50 players a break on the cost of a fan for some sponsorship. Let's do it. let's get Milwaukee Tool fans all over this PBA50 tour. Those battery-powered fans come in quite handy. Because sometimes those hand dryers, no matter where you're at, can be a little iffy. Let's get up the rock to shell. And Barnes will fire at about the same time. Barnes working on 4 in a row, looking to retain the squad lead. Kind of the same thing we saw for Barnes last night during the Baker shootout. He didn't have the greatest starts, but he had a great finish for his team to get them in the catching spot. Rock the shell front 5. Barnes now with 5 in a row. Let's get back down to 3 and 4 with Carlton Chambers and Mike Clark Jr. Clark Jr., your second place bowler currently. Chambers in 6th on the squad. Well, Tom Carter's got lane 1 down. He just needs to figure out what he needs to do on lane 2 to strike. Try to crawl into the top 10 or so. Get that sweat number going. Carter currently at plus 59 in 11th place, just behind Froberg and Webb. Over to Barnes first. Barnes 10 back again. Sebo makes the adjustment off of going high twice, and now he's looking at the buzzard on the scorecard with 3 opens in a row. Remember, everybody, just 3 strikes is a turkey, 3 opens is a buzzard, and 3 spares in a row. It's a Cornish hen. Once again, that's another trademark of $2 Fill Enterprises. Please do not use without the written consent of the PBA and $2 Fill. Over to Angelo. Currently 4th, plus 162. And that week 10's not going to help the cause of climbing up the leaderboard. Jim, no idea on CW who the personalities will be on air for that. I'm sure there will be an announcement made. The season schedule will start in February. Don't have an exact date yet. It will be airing on Sundays. I'm hoping it's appointment TV at a same time every Sunday. But we'll see. Obviously, different parts of the country. You're not, if you have a noon start at an East Coast Bowling Center, you're probably not going to want the 9 a.m. crowd at a West Coast Bowling Center for a noon start in the Eastern time zone. So we'll have to see the scheduling, everything that's going on with that. But it will be Sundays on CW. It will be for 10 Sundays in a row, whether it's appointment TV or not. We're hoping for it. And who's going to be on the call? Play-by-play in color? No idea. I know it won't be me. That I know for sure. There's quite a few people around, I think, that'd be a little better qualified than yours truly. Big Dave Lamont fan. I'd love to see Dave Lamont in that CW chair. Obviously, it's going to be, impossible for Rob Stone with his contract with Fox, even though he's got a podcast out there that I've seen commercials airing for, or a sports talk show that I've seen air on my local CW affiliate, but that's obviously handled differently than any other sports contract. John Fanta was picking up the sport well. He's another personality. Definitely could be on top of the project. And I don't know Dave Ryan's availability. To be honest, Dave Ryan, a lot of stuff with CBS Sports Network for Dave. Obviously, all those shows on CBS Sports Network once we get to the World Series of Bowling and other tournaments that'll be on that network. That'll be Dave Ryan on the call, unless his contract changes or he ends up being no longer at CBS Sports Network. But I don't see it happening with the amount of time he's spent there. So, yeah, whether we get a fresh face or two, Randy's got almost 3 decades in the booth. Who's going to fire first, Clark or Barnes? It'll be Barnes. No, it actually was Clark. Clark rings a 10-pin. Barnes goes high for that 310. So, hey, sorry, didn't feel bad about cutting away on Clark there for a second after wrapping the 10. So Barnes here, I mean, sure, probably a 90% conversion rate in his career on a 310, but that 10% always looming large. And I believe they call that textbook on the cover. Rock to shell. Front 7. We'll be seeing the man out of Wisconsin a lot more tomorrow. He's got one of those phone apps. He's making it real easy on his typing finger right now. He only has to hit it once a frame. Check back in on Sebo. He's finally righted the ship. Can still get to 207. And if what Rip in the chat is predicting, he's going around plus 80. I'm actually thinking it might be even a little bit less. Plus 60, plus 65 or so. But Sebo looking to get every pin he can to help stay inside each cut number tomorrow. Let's see what Sebo can do here. Mixes them up in the 8th. Couple bowlers on hot hands right now. Barnes coming in the left side of your screen. Shreve trying to pick up the 10-pin. Barnes right back to striking. Shreve currently sitting in 3rd plus 185. So Shreve can still get to that plus 200 number and have a quality lead on the bottom half of that advances round tomorrow. Over to Rock to shell. Stepping up, front 7. Rated the ship as he gave back 17 pins to the plus over the last 2 games, 195, 188. And getting a bunch back to the plus right now with the excellent 8th in a row. There he is. Get your friends and family on the telegraph. Write him a note. Tell them to tune in as we've got our first real chance at perfection today with Rock the Shell on lanes 9 and 10. I think his roommate, Brian Schmidt's definitely buying dinner tonight. Or you never know. Brian maybe brought some catered stuff from back home. Froberg came in this game plus 67. And he's not going to add a bunch more to it. He can get to 222. Might be enough to keep him in. I said, I think that plus 67 number is definitely a sweat number right now. Chambers, boy, you talk about wanting 3 frames back. You know that's the case. So Michael Clark Jr. not going to catch up to Chris Barnes. Barnes is already in the 220s, even on an open in the 10th. But Clark Jr. in great position for tomorrow's elimination rounds. Let's take a quick peek in on John Shreve. You're going to see him coming in the left side of your screen here. On his fill ball, looking for 190, but Shreve Jr. still in good shape. Plus 173 for his total. We'll see John Shreve Jr. tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time for elimination rounds. Tom Carter's still looking for that outside chance too. Carter plus 59 coming in. Keeping it clean. And we'll give you the radio call on Carter's spare attempt as Rock the Shell. Nice over the shoulder look here from the booth. Looking for the nifty 9th in a row to start game 8. Ball sets up nicely, takes all 10 back. Carter with the spare. Now Sebo trying to get the big finish. We get 207 on the board if we can go all the way out. Oh, 10's in the gutter. It counts as fallen, even though it's standing up. That was an unusual way to take the 10 pin off the deck. Over to Chris Barnes. First ball, 10th frame. Ugh. He'll be in the 230s. He'll be your leader on A squad. See the wry smile on the way back for Barnes. Waiting on Sebo, second ball of the 10th frame. We'll get you back to Rock the Shell when he steps up in his 10th frame. Sebo light, can't get something to take the 7 out, but we will definitely see Sebo tomorrow. As he'll escape at 196 after that terrible middle portion of the game. I'll make it 195. Still plus 114. We'll get some Sebo on your lanes tomorrow morning. Barnes did convert that spare. Good break there for Clark Jr. He'll end up with 2-0. That open frame on the single pin by Tom Carter. That might cost him an advance to tomorrow. Barnes finishes 236. Gives Barnes a total of plus 270 for his 8 games. Not like averaging 234 for your qualifying block. Ho hum. Clark Jr. has a top 3 spot locked up. Thing is, he might get passed for second by the man working on the front 9 currently, as Rocktashel's at plus 150, so Rocktasel can get to 250 over. Now let's get you up to lanes 9 and 10, as Rocktasel will be stepping up on lane 9. We're live at the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic in Bowling Green, Ohio. Game 8 of A Squad, and Corey Rocktasel looking to move up into the top 2. Chris Barnes is going to be your A Squad leader at plus 270, but Rocktasel can get in a second at plus 250. It's going to require all 3 strikes in the 10th by Rocktasel to get there. There's a great over-the-shoulder look on lane 9. First ball of the 10th frame for Rocktasel. That comes up high, and he pays full penalty. But still a great day for Rocktasel. We'll see him tomorrow, as 10 a.m. will be your start for Cashier's round qualifying. Here on the PBA YouTube channel, but more bowling today coming up 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Is your start time for B Squad qualifying of this PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist Progressive and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Fresh application of the 40-foot Monticelli pattern going on in the lanes, and we'll have brand new streams for you on the PBA YouTube channel at 1:30 Eastern. Thanks for joining us. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. Hey, parents, take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. And we'll see you back here at 1:30.
60 pins on my new car. Or maybe pick up the 450